Hello. Happy Thursday. We're back in Pi, as is so often the case. What are we doing today? We're researching Zapier Stage 2, and science just cratered. Let's make sure that's not, like, broken, because we have touched a lot of things. What are we missing? We're missing Pi Sci 2? Which is running. Oh yeah, there's a lot of it here. Okay, so we might just be waiting for a delivery then. It might not actually be broken at all. That's fine, if that is the case. Yeah, I mean, the threshold is 20 stacks, I think.
Oh my god, I'm in space!
Thanks for the 2 months of Prime. I really appreciate that. Okay. So, what are we working on? I am really not prepared for this stream. Let's look in YAFC. So, the end of the stream on Tuesday, we spent a bunch of time going through Pi Sci 2 and making sure that we knew, like, everything that we were going to need to scale up to get Pi Sci 2 to this whopping 0.84 per second. So I guess today we just start going down that list and getting things upgraded. Zipper eggs, we're waiting on tech for. Navens and Yadles, I think, are just straight building upgrades, so those shouldn't be an issue to upgrade at all. Same with Renias are going to be a lot bigger, I think, is something that I realized. Let me find Renias. I think they're down here. Yeah, Renias are going to end up being, like, a lot bigger, but we'll make room for them. We'll figure it out. So, I guess we just need to start getting all of these builds into requests at the mall. Sorry, I left the game zoomed in on those Renias. That's awful background noise. And as always, I'm trying to name these requests. I should go through and clean out the ones we're not using anymore. I wish I could name the chests instead of the requests, like as a way to have an identifier in these other than the Logi request, because I don't really need them to stick around long term. I just need, you know, I want a way to look at one of these and say, what the heck is this pile of items that I'm requesting actually intended to be used for? All right, and then Casein. I think we don't actually need everything that's in this casein request because we're not upgrading casein to tier 2 buildings. Yeah, we're currently at 2, 3, 6, 2. We only need one evaporator for the urea still, so yes. Here, I'll do that manually. 2 evaporators, 6 centrifugal pans, 3 agitators, 2 mixers. Pardon me. All right. Zipper eggs. We're waiting on a tech for. We've got Zip 2s being researched right now. I guess I should double check. I assumed this was going to work, and I didn't double check it. Let's double check that this, like, 20 a second basic substrate is going to be enough. With our zipper eggs and everything else that's going to consume it. 12 plus 0.31 plus 6 is 18.31 plus 0.4 is like 18.7, and the zipper eggs need 2. It's actually not enough. Okay, glad I double checked. So that means we want one more module in the basic substrate build. That's not too difficult to do, to add one more of these. I don't know if we need another cellulose maker or anything else, though. So let's see. We've got 22.6. I don't know if 19.4 is actually the right number, but it's going to be really close to 22.63. Yeah. So that takes us up to needing still 4 wood processing units, which is what we have, and 12 biofactories for cellulose. We currently have 11. So I do need 1 more biofactory, 1 more automated factory, and 3 more microorganism mines for the basic substrate upgrade. And this is just going to get us enough basic substrate for the Zipiers. Okay. Navins. Again, we're just pulling in all of the requests, and then we can build stuff as buildings get done. Yadles. Excuse me? Oh, there's prod modules in there. Why was that showing as red? Interesting. Doesn't matter. Renias. Did we use tier 2 buildings for the current Renia build? We did. We started right away with Renia Mark IIs. Okay. I just want to make sure if we're going to do that we don't necessarily need 16 more of these. We need 11 more. And some of the other stuff we probably don't need any more of. Like, we don't need another incubator. We're going to change the incubator, actually, because I think I put prod modules in it because I'm an idiot. Yeah, so we're going to switch the incubator over to efficiency modules, and that'll make our lives a little bit easier. We don't need another high-pressure furnace. We don't need another botanical nursery. We don't need another one of these guys. That should be good enough to get the requests something meaningful. That way we're not... Mostly it's the higher tier buildings that I don't want to craft a lot of extras of. We don't want to craft all these extra tier 2 Renia plantations. The biosample upgrade is going to be like probably a total rebuild. Maybe we want to scale this a little bit larger. We're scaled to exactly 3 automated factories. Okay. And yeah, if I use a coal power plant Mark II, then what we're looking at is basically an automated factory, a single coal power plant, and 6 incubators. And that gives us like 1 module, and then we're going to have 3 of those modules. And yes, the Mark II power plant is overkill. It is what it is. But, you know, I could swap out these modules and, you know, okay. That's not what we want. I'd rather have an extra power plant and have them all be slightly underutilized. They work better when they have headroom. And then good alien samples, also a pretty easy upgrade. All right, so that's all the requests that we're going to need for the whole everything. So much dirt. I mean, I'm glad we have so much dirt in storage. I don't know if I'm making dirt yet. We might just need to put a soil extractor feeding into a passive provider chest at some point. Just so the bots have it. And then the question is, like, what are things getting stuck on? If anything, what's unavailable? So far, it looks like the answer is everything's available. It's just taken them a little while to get through and get all their requests done, which is delightful. Which might mean that, like, yeah, we've got all the Easy Squeeze ranches. We've got everything for Kaysen as well. Yes. What are these things in my inventory? Oh, these were from upgrading another build. They're just sitting in my inventory. That's fine. Get rid of all of these. These are all the blueprints that I just imported that I don't need to keep. Let's go do Corlex milk and Kaysen then. I think that's an easy upgrade. Oh, something I need to double check, which I did not double check. We're making Kaysen here. I'm using the acetic acid recipe. There's another recipe that uses sulfuric, and at the time I made this choice, sulfuric acid was very expensive, but we have lots of sulfuric acid now, and acetic is kind of harder to build, so maybe we want to swap. That's something I never thought I would say. Yeah, maybe we swap over to sulfuric acid when we're doing this upgrade. Okay. Let's double check that doesn't change the buildings too much. Like if we just use... No, it's the same, right? It's 50 to... Oh no, it's actually more efficient even to use sulfuric. Yeah, we need fewer mixers, but it also uses less Corlex milk. Oh, that uses significantly less Corlex milk. I think we do also still need Corlex milk for something else. Yeah, it's used in good alien samples. 10 a second here. Plus 12.5, but that's only 22.5 per second, not this. So... if we make this like 24.2, I think is the number. Yeah, so that's only like 10 easy squeeze ranches. Close enough to 10 easy squeeze ranches. Okay, instead of the 13. We already made the 13, so maybe we just build it to that scale anyway. Yeah, I mean, let's just build it to the 13 scale, I guess. But that just means we're going to have a little bit of headroom on Corlex milk. Cool. And then, yeah, this only uses 3 mixers now at the first stage. So we can send a mixer back. Because I believe we currently have 2. Yeah. So we are going to have to change this. Here, let's just get rid of that request now for acetic acid. Yeah, we should be able to run this out to 13 long, no problem. None of the inputs decay. I will probably need a bunch more barrels, though. Let's grab those. Ooh, we probably also will need Corlex milk barrels, won't we? Which we're not making. I didn't think about that. Milk jugs. Make, what do you stack to? 100? Give me, like, 2 more stacks. And I need to put milk jugs in the allow list. Oh, no, I don't. They're already in the allow list. All right. And because I'm requesting so many, it automatically parallelized them. God, I love my auto mall. Cool. So yeah, we've got like 600 crafts going. A lot of that's going to be barrels and milk barrels. Just making sure with all of these crafts that it does look like we have all of the inputs for them, and there's nothing I need to go debug elsewhere in the base. But we're looking good. Yeah, this is making the milk barrels very quickly. Empty milk. Why is it that when I search for milk barrel...
Oh my god, I'm in space!
J Drifter, thank you so much for the 9 months with Prime. Can't wait to see what happens over the next 9. Thank you. I appreciate, as always, the consistent support. All right. I want these guys to bring more milk barrels before we go do this. So maybe we want to... they'll get this pretty quick. I was going to say maybe we want to go do one of the other builds first, but we can do it all at once. Not a problem. Let's also grab this one. This is one more module for basic substrate. Because we'll... those are both to the west side of the base, so we can do it all at once. We're probably, like, out of bots. Oh, no! We've got, like, 4,000 available bots. That's fine. Kind of surprised, but I'll take it. How many milk barrels do I think I currently have in the loop? And if we're making this like twice as big, how many more do I need? There's not that many down here. It's like, what, 6 in each building. Times 6 is 36, plus 8, plus... Let's say there's 50 in the loop. Okay, so if I'm adding like 200, that's fine. So let's get this up to 200, and then, honestly, even adding 100 is probably more than enough, but... Same with the water barrels. I think I've got plenty to add to the loop. Okay, let's go get some upgrades done. We've got one more module to add to the basic substrate. And then we've got the easy squeeze ranches for the actual Corlex milk, and then the casein. I think I want to do the Corlex milk first. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it. And the reason for that is at the casein, I want it to finish up using all the acetic acid that's on site. I removed the acetic acid request. So we'll set up the easy squeeze ranches first. And that'll be providing enough, you know, milk to this system that it can run, use all the acetic while I do other things, and then we'll swap it to well, I guess I can do that swap later because it's the same build, right? So I can do the upgrade in place and then swap to sulfuric after. How many barrels are we using a second? 2.1 water barrels and 0.63 milk barrels. All right, let's upgrade the water barrel inserters, but we'll leave the... Although I guess with hand size, it was doing fine. Let's see if my Corlex breeder is still around and didn't break. How many Corlex do we have? We have some Corlex. That should be enough to get us started. Sweet. So now we're just waiting for barrels and other barrels to get down to this end. Excellent, 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 excellent. Let's see. Fish, Tufras. We want to move a little faster. We'll just upgrade all of these inserters. That should do it. The rest of these Corlex can go right back into the breeder. Which apparently still works. Well, it at least thinks it still works. Now here, we've got one more of those, and then pretty much everything else is doubled. There we go. So we have 6 agitators. And these won't quite run full speed because with acetic acid, the output here is lower. But until we burn through the acetic and change the recipe, it's just gonna be what it is. These are all the same, so I should be able to just be like, we want 2, 4, 6 more. And they should all just turn on as they get their inputs. Yes, yes, yes. And then same here. 1, 2 more. Cool. So yeah, this is gonna try to burn through its, how much are we making a second now? A whole 2 a second, okay. This is gonna try to burn through its acetic acid, and then eventually I will forget that I need to switch this to sulfuric, and everything will grind to a halt because I'm out of casein, and then I will switch it to sulfuric and turn it back on. That is what is actually going to happen. I would like to say that I'm going to go back there. I'm not going to remember to do that. We all know that. All right, one more module on the basic substrate. Let me just double check. No, we're up to 23 a second. So the only thing is making sure that our 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. That should be fine. I need to remember when I add another module to rebalance this belt, but at 22.5 a second, we're still well under the 30 a second limit of the belt. I could put a speaker, that's true. I should make speakers part of my, like, normal requests, so that I always have them around. They're one of those things that I never have when I think they would be a good idea. Oh, right, I need to do one more of these, too. I'm like, why am I sitting on a biofactory? That's why. Because, like, I don't have the stuff in my inventory to make a speaker. I don't carry raw materials anymore. Oh, we're out of... Well, that's bad. That shouldn't be happening. Well, I say it shouldn't be happening. Let's see why it's happening. I do still need to actually upgrade in the glass build the petri dishes. We're still using all of our old builds. Yeah. So that may be what we need to do, is finally do the upgraded petri dish build. We might not be keeping up. Because we've got plenty of the empty dishes, obviously. It's also possible we were out of seaweed for a while. Let's check the production stats. Over the past 10 hours... I mean, there have been some blips. So yeah, maybe. But I definitely can do that upgrade. I've been ignoring it for a long time. Yeah, there's not even a train coming that has petri dishes in it, so we might just have to do that. It's been on my to-do list for a while. I designed it when I did the major glass upgrade, but just never put it in place because we were still getting enough petri dishes as long as it got enough molten glass. And at this point, I might just have to actually implement the upgrade. Maybe we should do that now. Just get it done. I've been putting it off for a long time. That is this build. Apparently I decided to move the seaweed on site for this because it needed that much seaweed? I'm not totally convinced that that's what I should do. Okay, no, never mind. It's 33 a second. Yeah, this is going to definitely require some changes to the existing setup. Here, let's request one more seaweed crop facility and the associated... That way I can balance them. I can make it even. I like things that are balanced on either side of a belt. And then looking at EFC, is there anything else that's fun about this? We're already doing the empty petri dishes at this scale. I did that part. Maybe I didn't? Because I see the glassworks in the request there. Oh no, this is 6 Glassworks Mark 1s. Alright, yeah, so this is the Glassworks that were doing Petri dishes before. Yeah, we're definitely going to want to turn off the seaweed input to this. Let me actually just do that now. And we will... Well, this whole thing's getting redone. But it looks like we're at 8 automated factories because we're going to try to beacon it. So there should be 8 factories, 8 high-pressure furnaces, and 4 beacons with speed modules. Okay. All right. I think I trust my design. Or at least I vaguely have figured out... Don't. I figured out what... Oh, I'm still waiting for that last seaweed crop facility. Oh, I didn't realize it hadn't gotten built yet. I wasn't thinking. Seaweed crop facility Mark II, please. Shoot. Well, they at least might take a lot of the inputs back over to this one instead of just dumping them. But yeah, doing the level 3 seaweed recipe on site is kind of bonkers, but it's what we need. It's what we need. And this will make... I don't know if I'm going to say this will solve all of our Petri dish problems, but this is going to make a lot of Petri dishes. One more. There it is. Oh, no, we got to charge first. And then everything else, oh, I probably never put a bunch of these Mark II buildings into the allow list. Oops. Yeah, we need the Navens. 1 and 2. We need the Yadles 1 and 2. We need the Spore Collectors 1 and 2. All right. What else is stuck? Obviously, we're not getting Renias here. That's fine. Let me make sure that they're not enabled at any of these incubators or anything. No. Good. And then we have everything here. Okay. I think we are actually good now. Let's go upgrade glass. Okay. So, first things first, all of these belts need to go. Everything here goes. Actually, you know what? Let's leave this, because I'm actually going to reuse probably a lot of this belt layout. Well, am I going to reuse all this belt layout, or am I just going to rebuild the whole thing? I think I am going to reuse the belt layout. So we're going to leave this as is, and then we'll end up changing the machines in between, because I also have to deal with modules in there, etc. This whole one down here, though, can go away. Also, what is going on with this biocrud output belt? Oh. Now the question is, do we have space here for, yes, all of our seaweed? Yeah, we do. We're using recipe 3. Nope, that's wrong. These need to be far enough apart for me to use stack inserters. There's not enough. We need 33 seaweed a second, which doesn't fit on a red belt. So we're going to have to do stack inserter output instead. And then input-wise, we're going to have... all of the usual suspects. And we should be able to do our solid inputs here still with, yeah, long-handed inserters. Our solid input is just fertilizer, though, so that's fine. And they don't even use that much fertilizer, do they? No, 0.06. What did I do? Cool. Augs are broken. What's backed? Oh, everything's backed up. Why? What? Lard. How? I mean, cool. I'm glad we solved our lard problem. Do I not have a lard void? No, we don't have a lard void. I didn't ever think I would need this. I would need a lard void. All right. Well, I'm going to leave that broken for now, and we're going to do this. I messed up a bunch of this somehow. Well, we'll finish this, and then we will go work on the AUG situation. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Let's relocate this. We're just a little bit too close to, like, everything. Let's pull this, like, all the way up here and over here. And that'll give us a little more space to route some belts around and stuff, especially near this train station. Alright, that is going to work better. And I didn't figure out power yet, did I? Yeah, we're just getting started. Welcome in. And then how do I want to route this here? Do these connectify? Yeah, that'll work. That'll work. And then I just need to get the whole thing hooked up somewhere. There. Power! Alright. Next. We've got fertilizer coming in. And then we're also going to need to bring in lime and make slaked lime on site. The slaked lime is easy enough. The other inputs, saline water and CO2, we're going to have to add to our fluids at that end. But as far as the fertilizer goes, This probably doesn't have to be a high throughput station anymore, does it? 1.1 fertilizer and 4.63 lime? No. Yeah, let's save some resources here. So there's fertilizer. You just switched a bit back to the basic with Mark III farms and Mark IV modules. That's probably a reasonable choice, is to work on upgrading my seaweed modules instead of... That's actually not awful, is it? Upgrading the seaweed mod. I mean, I don't know if I can easily make molybdenum trioxide, but surely that's just part of the molybdenum processing. Yeah. Which, oh, we even currently bypass out. It's already even on rails. So yeah, I could think about upgrading my seaweed modules at some point. For now, though, this is fine. These ones are all going to get lime. Actually, come out this way. I have room for our chemical plants, like here. Each of these is pulling in, well, no, not that much, because I do have prod modules in them. Each of these is pulling in 2 lime a second. All right. And then slaked lime out. Ooh, I built this really close up here, didn't I? What about at this end? Is that better to reconnect all the pipes? Not necessarily. Well, yes, it is. Let's do... Oh, and they don't even reach. Am I out of landfill? I'm not. Oh. Weird. Alright, and these ones should all just connect up, though. And then slaked lime. Perfect. Now, the slaked lime at this end just has to get hooked in, and that is a lot easier than figuring out the routing of every pipe. There we go. The other 2 fluids are coming in here. And Twitch is telling me that it wants to start running an ad break soon. I'm going to get a little bit of water during the break. I recommend everyone else do the same. Hydrate, stretch your legs, take care of yourselves as human beings. And when we come back, we will finish up this upgrade. I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. And we are back. Thanks for hanging around through the break, everybody. Sweet. We got our deliveries of CO2 and saline here. So we just need to bring those right into... Which one is that? That's CO2. And then saline as well. Cool. And that should turn on the seaweed. Sweet, that does. Now, we get to start taking apart all of the old parts of the build. All of this comes down. What are these pipes? These pipes are just steam. That's fine. That all comes down. I have so many empty petri dishes that I'm going to have to figure out how to get rerun to where they need to be. Let's see, we're upgrading to Mark II Glassworks. And adding one more. All of this can come out, though. Oh, whoops, added 2 more there. Although, actually, I will grab 1 more Glassworks. We'll make it 8. Just because we have to deal with balancing the belt. So rather than trying to do 7 of them, I will grab an 8th one. Let me actually set the request for that now, so it's up and running, so it gets built. Not there. It's easier to balance belts if I'm not trying to split the output of one machine into 2 different positions, right? Now, let's delete everything down to one of these machines. And let's delete everything in the middle here. Because here's where it gets fun. We're going to upgrade this to a tier 2. We're going to upgrade this to a tier 2. We put prod modules in both of those. Oh, all of these also need more efficiency modules. Really? Can I not do this as a... Okay. So this is... Oh, oops. I went too far. I want to keep this part of this module here. This chest and the output inserter. There we go. So these... Oh, I need to re-upgrade them. Drop the modules back in. Put down a beacon. This beacon is AM5, FM5, speed. And then we have an entire another one of these at the top. And then we do this. I don't want that there, actually. We do this. 2, 3, 4 times. Thank you. Oh, cool. And you can't shift right click and shift left click those. I don't have enough prod modules? Interesting. Not sure how that happened. I'm too short. Oh, because I manually added one more machine, the high pressure furnace, but I guess I didn't add the modules for it. Okay. Well, let's grab, do that, and they were actually all able to go in. Excellent. So in theory, all my logic around disabling this when the dishes here are full should be fine. We do want to do that. 1, 2, 3. Oh, except further down. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 total modules, 4 of them on each side of the belt. That is good and correct. These belts no longer come in because these were from the old build. And I think I just hook seaweed up to the input of this and it turns on and we're happy and I'm perfect at this game and nothing could possibly go wrong. So let me add a couple of modules also to that fix-ups chest. We always end up with one of these chests when I'm doing a build of just little things that didn't quite get requested right. What is this belt? This belt is nothing now. Excellent. I love it when a belt becomes nothing. The glass fiber belt is a little funny shaped now because it was zigzagging around a build that used to be here. But we will accept that. Oh, no, we're missing one thing. How many of these do we need? 12. Oh, that explains why it wasn't multiplying by 3, because I didn't actually put a multiple of 3 down. There we go. Okay. 12 of those. 3 chemical plants with prod modules. Yeah. Oh, efficiency modules for these guys. Cool. And then we've got BioCrud out. If it becomes a problem, it shouldn't become a problem, but if it does, we can deal with it. probably should, like, do that, and then down here do, like, a... do like that. And that should, not that I should ever have, like, heaps and heaps and heaps of biocard coming out, but we do make more than half a belt a second of agar. So if something goes wrong and a bunch of it starts decaying, I want to make sure that we can actually get it out. All right. How much power does this whole thing use? That's the real question. Does rate calculator show power? No. Oh, but it's in YAFC. Wait, it's in YAFC. The whole thing uses, well, 800 megawatts, but that's not including the beacons, which are 313 megawatts each. 313 or 312.5? I bet they're 312.5. But still. This whole thing uses 2 gigawatts. 2 gigawatts just to make petri dishes. But it is a very compact build as far as my builds go. I don't love using speed beacons like this. But because we're kind of retrofitting this glass area, this would have had to be a much bigger build without the speed beacons. All right, let's grab our... Well, here, let's actually clean up our inventory. I've got... I need 2 of these modules for this. The rest of them are spares, which came from, you know, these electric boilers and the old glassworks that were here. The Mark I glassworks. All right, hopefully this can keep up with our petri dish demand now. I mostly trust me from a couple of months ago who designed that, so I don't know. We'll see how it goes. During the ad break, the Zipper 2 tech finished, so we can also in-queue the stuff we need to do that build. I don't know if I want to do the bees today. We talked a lot about bees yesterday. And at some point, we will need to do the bee upgrade. That's what I wanted to see, by the way, on these stations. If they all look like that, then we can probably think about... Yeah, that's looking good. That one's good. And this one too? That one's good. Okay. So we can start upgrading more trains as well. If we felt so inclined. What do we got here? Navens, Yadles, Renias, and this one is biosamples? No. That one is good alien samples. Okay. Did I not put the biosample build here? Ah, this is the biosample build. Which apparently would have fit in one of these chests? I thought it was going to be more stacks than that. All right, let's go drop off all these little buildings and modules, and then we will grab the next one that we want to upgrade. I need to decide if I want to try to do the newbies in place or if we want to if we want to rebuild them clean in a new spot. It's going to be a total rebuild either way. Well, we're gonna take the turd for one thing, and that's going to mean all of a bunch of ratios change. But it's also a pretty significant overall reshuffle of how I'm doing it. Cool. That is now just about 10 per second. Gonna take a minute for this to fully, yeah, these have a lot buffered in them. That's just how they work. And this is... All right. I think we're good. For now, at least. Let's go upgrade some mushrooms. We'll do Navens and Yadles. Oh, Navens are right here. So I think for Navens, this is just a straight upgrade from tier 1 buildings to tier 2 buildings everywhere. Yes, we need one more spore collector because I balanced the belt. And then, although this only feeds onto one side of a belt, I could change this to just be 5 in a row, I suppose. All right, that's it for Navens. that was the upgrade. Just Mark II buildings. And then where the heck are Yadles? Down here. Is this also just a straight in-place upgrade? Yes. My build says 13 Yadles cultures, and there's 14 here. So I don't know what's up with that ratio. Do I want one more? I think I want one more. So let's just request it. All right, that's that. And this is just going to take a second here for the Yadles culture. While we're waiting, let's request some locomotives. Let's upgrade some trains. As soon as they arrive at my inventory. Oh, I don't have fuel in my inventory for these. That's not going to work. And also... Oh, the global bots picked up some of these instead of my bots doing it. So they didn't end up in my inventory. So now the global bots need to come back and put those in. That's less than ideal. I might just need to stand closer so that my bots always can grab the... Oh, look at that. Waiting for some more locomotives to show up in my inventory. I should probably set this request higher. Let's do 3 stacks. Since I'm taking apart 7 at a time, that means that I should always have enough locomotives in my inventory for another one. Or at least theoretically taking apart 7 at a time. They may not consistently arrive 7 at a time, but... Nope, that's going to be the process. Wait for trains to show up. Buffer chests near stations. Yeah, that would help too. Actually, I could do that. It does seem like... I mean, I guess we just always have to wait until there's free trains, right? That are... What's interesting is that these are not interrupting. And I'm not sure why some of these aren't. I mean, we are eventually getting trains here, but... There we go. I don't know how many of the old locomotives are still left. I mean, I can see them. There's at least 8 here. They should eventually cycle their way through, though. It doesn't actually take that long to get a bunch of these upgraded. Like, I grabbed 35 fuel canisters, and we're down to less than... Or, sorry, 35 stacks of fuel canisters. And we're down to 7. Which means that with these 2, we will have just done 30 of these guys. And yes, I did intentionally grab a multiple of 7, because we have 7 stations here. I like how the blueprint can place them on different lanes. Yeah! I'm gonna do that by accident at some point and be very annoyed. That's what's gonna happen. It has something to do with the fact that these are in line, but this stuff is on a curve. So if you put it in just the right place, you can get it to snap. Yeah, there we go. Because it snaps these to their... to the rails. How do I get rid of this fuel request? There we go. All right, well, I'm out of fuel. So I consider that a fairly successful chunk of upgrading. If I just did 35 and we have 270, geez, that's like 5% of my trains. we only have to do that 20 more times. Oh. Oh, you know what I completely forgot about? I completely forgot about the fact that my animal processing is totally effed. Yeah, I just need to make a void for lard. That's what needs to happen. Let's figure out what that looks like. How much lard do we make from og rendering at this point? Okay, just 8 a second. So, like, we don't even necessarily need that much. I mean, we could turn it into xenogenic cells. Just so we have it. What am I doing with xenogenic cells right now? I know I have some stuff set up with them, but like... These ones are from meat, apparently. Brain printing. Yeah, bioscaffold from chitin. It goes to printing brains right now. Okay. So we could do more xenogenic cells as a lard sink. Yeah, I don't even know if I am using the best rubber option. Maybe I am. But we've got... I mean, we still use a lot of oleochemicals and other things in the base. Like, this is running full speed here. It's less about having reduced demand for lard by using better recipes and more about having made a ridiculous number of ogs. But I'm curious what's causing them to be slaughtered if we have... Like, what's sending the bat signal? Or the bear signal? Is it blood? It's blood. Okay, we don't have enough blood, so we're slaughtering them for blood. And that means that we're having to get rid of meat and, well, hopefully not brains and guts and lard specifically. Okay. I mean, that's fine. I think they are still the best option I have for blood. It just means I need to get rid of the lard. It seems like the options are... I mean, I'm assuming middle processed lard doesn't go anywhere useful. No. Yeah, I mean, the option is compost, it's xenogenic cells, or it's just decay to biocrud. That's the option. I mean, what if we did want to do... What if we do just compost it? Like... It's a lot of composters. But it makes a lot of biomass. I'm actually worried about suddenly introducing that much biomass into the system. That's a lot of biomass. I mean, and we don't really necessarily need to sink 15 a second, right? Like 8 a second is fine. It's one coal power plant. Yeah. I think this works. Works for me anyway. Let's do this. And, like, ultimately that converts them to brains, and honestly, if we end up just printing heaps of brains, I'm okay with that. Because that just means we can upgrade to Vat Brain Mark II cartridges sooner. Yeah, I could use fancy new recipes that used to be expensive. That is an option. That's more of a global analysis, though, trying to figure out, like... Nope. There's always this plastic recipe. Oleochemicals and plastic bar. Oh, and there's also a way to just make methanol from... Oh, that's disgusting. But I bet it would really void a lot of lard. Alright, so if we make... We're not going to do the version that makes glycerol. We'll do this. We'll go to oleochemicals. And then we can make methanol, and then methanol plus oleochemicals to plastic. It's not the most efficient plastic pathway in the whole wide world, I don't think. But it is getting rid of a lot of lard. That can be a tier 1 reactor. Well, unless I really want to prod my void. But I usually don't want to prod voids. That's hilarious. I love it. I love it and I hate it. Yeah. Water pumping, and then steam. And void the steam. Wow, that is a lot of... That's a lot of steam to get rid of. Bring in chromium and titanium, that's no problem. Make 3 a second plastic at my melamine factory. Plastic 2 makes 5 a second. Oh, this would make all of my plastic. You know what? Let's do it. Let's just do it. We'll just overflow lard to making plastic, and that will reduce demand on the other plastic things when we have excess lard. I don't hate that. Plastic is more useful than the other things that I could overflow it to, so as long as our overall plastic demand is high enough that we're going to pull this much plastic bar. Otherwise, I'm going to have like a different overflow. But that could be a Mark 1 reactor. Honestly, all of these can be Mark 1s. We're not putting any modules in them. They don't use that much power. Yeah, it's not worth. Demand will grow at some point. Yeah. Well, the issue right now is if it's not high enough demand, then I'm still going to need to make another way to get rid of lard. But I suspect we're fine. I suspect we have at least... And it's not like it's going to run full speed, right? We don't actually have 15 a second lard to get rid of right now. And Yadles are down in that corner too, aren't they? Yeah, there's Yadles and... Oh, I guess this is a new build, so I can do this new build wherever I want. I was thinking I was going to be down there near the existing animal processing, but I'm not upgrading an existing build, I'm making a new build. Optic, yeah, I've got optic cables. Right? The optical fiber, or did you mean something different? Oh! I found a bug. Actually, what's outputting the trit signal? Oh, no, nothing's outputting the trit signal right now, which is correct. Trits are the fallback for... Yeah, the demand on them definitely spikes. There's some things that use them, I think, coming up. But I'm already making way more than I need, or I was. I need to fix this. I don't render trits when I need optical fiber. I guess when I set this up, I was so low on lard all the time that we were always rendering trits for lard. But we do need to say, like, hey, we have demand for cable. We need to render trits to make cables. So let's fix that first, because we're out of optical fiber, and that's bad. Yeah, that alert's going to keep chirping until we deal with our other issues. But we need to do here is get... see, decider combinator. If optical fiber is less than, I don't know, 10K. Output the TRITS signal. And that should now be telling this system that it's okay to render TRITS. Yes, and we will be making optical fiber again. Perfect. Up next, we'll do Yadles real quick, because they're right over here. And this is just a upgrade all the buildings to Mark II thing. Cool. What else is going on with Yadles? Oh, I said I wanted to upgrade apparently the wood processing unit and the fungal substrate as well. Just to prod those. We don't actually need the faster buildings, we just want the prod. And then everything else I've got here is for the lard-based plastic build, which, yeah, we can throw that, like, right here somewhere. Oof. Those frames whenever we change the network. We'll make it work. We'll make it work. We're going to have a solid drop-off. We're going to have 2 drop-off stations is the issue. Yeah, this will fit here. So one of these is on the Void network and requests lard. The other one is on network A, and with a high priority requests titanium plate and chromium. Okay. Now it's just a matter of, well, the usual. We're doing oleochemicals. Yeah, this one. And we are intentionally using the less efficient recipe. Because again, this is really meant to be an overflow. And then on the other side of that, we need titanium, which does not need to be a whole belt, but I'm going to do it anyway. Because I've learned nothing about managing my UPS, and obviously don't care if I die a slow death by inserters. So that is the first stage. All right. Now, we're going to have 2 outfalls here. Hooked up to 4 of these. And there's our steam out. Done and done. It helps to power the train stations so that they can start getting their inputs. This needs to whitelist lard because we could also have biocrud coming out. All right, and that'll be a biocrud output. We'll figure that out in a second. Also need to do that down here. We just take this belt back around. Just turn it into a sushi belt. We will just do this the way that I always do native flora, basically. There we go. And then that would be biocrud out. And Twitch is telling me it's ad break o'clock. I run just one ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-rolls turned off. I'm going to step away and get some water during the break. I recommend you do the same. Hydrate, take care of yourselves as humans. And I'll see everybody in just a couple of minutes. And we're back. Thanks for sticking around through the break. Who has 2 thumbs and didn't filter their inserters? It's me. There we go. So we're going to have a station here, and that's going to hook up to this. Let's actually make sure we bring it down sort of to the bottom of there. I want to make sure I have room to take the output out through here as well. The output station is going to be like here. Jeez. Struggling. There we go. And then, not that I have, well, maybe I do intentionally make biocrud somewhere. Either way, this is high priority because it's a decay product, and decay products are always high priority. Get them out of the way. All right. So that should be... Oh, I never hooked up water to this. And interestingly, we're not getting any lard. That surprises me. Oh, but it shouldn't, because this isn't set to go to a void. Okay. Let's go fix that first, and then we'll finish this up. That way we start to get the lard out of the way while I'm doing the rest of the build. And we can hopefully have this alarm silence itself. Let's see here. Lard. There we go. Ooh, what is all this? Right, that's a diode. We have the diode part here as well. All right, I think it's just these that I need to move. And then if we take all of this... What is going on with that to that? All of this should be... Oh, yeah, right there. There we go. Except this all needs to be lard, not biocrud, or not guts. All right. All right, and these are no longer outputting the signals for tricks or augs because we don't need lard. And then this filters so we don't try to take biocrud from this station. Cool. That is working. Are these decay first? They are. It's gonna take a minute, but we will drain the backup now. So let's head back to the lard-based plastic. And let's figure out what we're doing here. Oh, and look at that. Some of it decayed on the way. That's okay. We know how to deal with that. Perfect. So next up, we've got a methanol reactor. Doing methanol from oleochemicals. Do I not? Am I missing a tech for this? I am. I'm missing a tech for this. Oh, shoot. I don't get that tech until PySci 3. I missed the little... I see it now. Do we all see the PySci 3 icon that's hiding here under the... on the methanol drop that I just didn't process as a science icon? Oh... So, like, this is fine, except I need another way to make methanol for the void. Right? We can't do this step. We need another methanol input. Which, like, maybe we just bring in methanol, but... How much methanol are we making? Maybe we make plenty of methanol, and I just don't have to... We might just make plenty of methanol. Maybe we can just ship it in and just call it a day. So if that's the case, we don't need the chrome. Well, immediately was inconsistent. There we go. Oh, and of course, I actually would rather do it on the other side. Because that's what lines up with the one down here. Oh, these still need a water input, because I'm an idiot. That's probably expected as we flush out the decay that was happening down here. It's gonna get dealt with, and it's gonna end up... We're gonna end up with some stuff up here. That's fine. Fatty acids should be running fine. Yeah, I have plenty. They're just chugging along. Oh, all of these also need an output for potential decay. I didn't think about that. Oh, dear. Oh, no. How do I want to do that? We gotta do this. There we go. And those are turning on. Beautiful. Oh, it's actually 2 pumps to do this. Is there any place I can put 2, like, next to each other? Of course not. That would be too easy. Cool. So now I need to bring in methanol for this, and I'm a little annoyed now, because I don't have... Ugh. Maybe we can do it still. Maybe we can do it. Maybe just barely. We're going to go a little bit further north. Grab one more fluid drop off. What are we? Oh, right. Duh. This is the parameter menu. Methanol. And the question is, if we squeeze this right down here... No, not even close. Yeah, we really can't fit enough stations here. I mean, I could put in another... Hate to do it, but... The plan changed. I don't want to take apart this whole thing. So we'll just go ahead and do this. And we will put in another set of stations, and we'll deal with it. I don't really want to take apart the existing stuff and redo all those train stations, so we'll just put this right here. And we will put our fluid station in right here. That is interesting. When you have a blueprint with only one parameter, it pops up immediately. Which... is probably great when you're expecting it, but is a different behavior. And this needs to be high priority because it's feeding a void. So we always want to make sure we have methanol here. And then output-wise... Cool. This should have train on the way. It does. Let it deliver a little bit faster. And then what's going on with you? Oh, yeah, you don't have an exit anymore. Let's reposition that. Excuse me? Am I really out of rails? No. Oh, I'm out of landfill. There we go. This build's going great. Is that enough landfill to get this built? Yes. That's all that matters. How much am I sitting on in my inventory right now? Like 2? None. Oh no, 22. Okay. And then this needs to be flagged as high priority, because that is our high priority source now. We need landfill. What a pain. Is there any here that I put down but I'm no longer using? Not really. Yeah, I don't think we're getting enough out of this, doing it this way, to finish building down there. Nowhere near enough. Okay. Let's check on animal stuff up here, because I want to see... I want to make sure that it has managed to, like, clear itself out for the most part, and it has. Uh-oh, we got something else backed up, though. Bones. Alright, we're gonna have to figure out the bone void. Surely we have a bone void. Apparently, yes. This is also a lard void, but this has its own lard overflow. Cool. So we should be able to... Yeah. This will start trying to get rid of bones and put them into the lard void now. And then skin, we're not really backing up on, but we do also have a skin void. So that should be fine. Aug processing. Still not really running at full speed. I'm going to turn the alarm back on, which may be a bad idea. but it does seem like we're mostly moving again. We might still decay something in here. Oh god, we're sitting on so many guts. The guts, just by virtue of being the last inserter, end up being sort of the lowest priority thing to remove. Once we clear the backup of like meat and then skin after that, the guts should flush out. I think we'll be okay there. Yeah. Yeah. That's working. And these aren't set to decay priority because normally this is not supposed to be full, right? This is just like a sorting... Well, it's a restacking station, right? We have 2 belts coming in with things that are not fully stacked because they're the outputs of these machines. And we want to make sure that it all gets restacked to full size. And that is what happens here. With the combinators telling them basically to, if there's no more of anything for them to pick up of what they're assigned to, then the combinator changes their filter so that they'll drop whatever they have, and that way we don't have stuff decaying in their hands. But because this is never supposed to be full, they don't have like decay priority or anything like that set on them. But yeah, you can see items come in and they're getting pulled out, and then we also have the slow but steady purge of the guts. Oh, actually, now that we stack to 4, I need to change this. This should be stack size 16. They should be a little bit smarter now about their stacking. They will try to stack to a multiple of 4 now. Before they were trying to stack to a multiple of 3, and again, it's about getting this belt as dense as possible, right? Because this belt really needs to be fully stacked to, like, get all this stuff out. Yeah, we're moving faster now. Just that 1 extra hand size. Beautiful. Okay. I need landfill still, because trains are confused. Landfill is... Landfill's all the way back at the mall. Is there anywhere I can pick up some landfill? Is there anywhere where I used a bunch and then got rid of the build and I don't need it anymore? Yeah, there's a bunch of glass. Okay. I'm down to just grab it from there. I'm not picky. I only need like 30, so... There we go. That'll do what we need. It is dark over here. All of this was built before I decided lamps were cheap enough that I could put them in my default blueprints. Where are we going? Over there. Now trains should be able to route here. And this system can run for reals. Yeah, we've got a bunch of decay happening, which isn't really surprising because we're not actually processing the lard yet. But again, the whole point was to get the lard out of the way of the rest of the system. It was not necessarily to... I mean, it's nice to make something useful out of it, let's be clear, but... Cool. And this is flushing itself out, no issues there. All the AUG machines are running? No. But they're trying, they're turning on. All right, yeah, lard is backing up again because this hasn't actually started processing. So we really do need... Okay. Do need to get our methanol here. And that should get us moving again. All these going. All these are going. Cool. So that'll theoretically void an entire belt of lard, which should be more than we actually need to void. That's the important part. And then, yeah, once this is running full speed, we expect the belt to be emptied by the time it actually comes around here. It's only when it stalls that this thing should actually be, like, sushi belting at all. So I could maybe just get rid of that, but, you know, it's the easiest way to just handle decay products coming off of it. And then set to decay first. Cool. Good enough. Plenty of plastic. The hope is that we have enough plastic consumption that this doesn't just immediately fill up and then I get sad. We will have to see what happens there. What do we have left as far as builds that we've requested the things for? Renia upgrade. Biosamples. No, this is biosamples and good alien samples. All right. We're rapidly running out of things to do before I am forced to do bees. Oh, how is our... Up here. Okay, the answer is we have plenty of them. So we're also ready to go on upgrading cotton guts, apparently. And we didn't even make it through the artificial blood that we had delivered here the first time. How many crafts? 1,072. Yeah, that is why I'm trying to avoid doing it, because I know it's going to be a pain. Lots of barrels, like you said, and just a lot of weird things that need to be routed to different places. But since we do have plenty of Cotton Gut Mark IIs good to go, I should be able to put that in the thing. Let me also check our current Zippier egg build. What have we got? Oh, we've got 4 machines currently doing zips. Okay. Yeah, trying to feed another input into these is going to be awful, but manageable. We can weave another belt in right here. Yeah. Yep. It's going to stink, but we can do it. And actually, it looks like we currently have 4 machines, so let's just say we're going to stick to 4 machines. 1.06. There we go. I was close. Yeah, let's do that. And all we'd really need is the 4 Repro Complex Mark IIs. Oh, and some more zippers themselves. Because I don't... Oh, here we go. I have a zipper machine. We have plenty of zippers. Okay. I keep leaving myself machines, and I love it. Reproductive complex Mark II. We're going to need 4 of those. So that's for Zippiers. We've got the ones for Renias already. Good alien samples, bio samples. Vrock cocoons. Why do I think cocoon has 2 C's? Without fail, I spell it that way. Yeah, this is using recipe 2, and it looks like I'm saying I want to do recipe 3. Which I think is just... Yeah, we need to bring in quality Vrock food and phagogy along with everything else that's already in here. So not a big deal there. Oh, and no more sap? Interesting. Yeah, we get rid of the sap. Oh, bedding is the other thing. Okay. Sure. So we get rid of the sap, we add bedding and quality Vrock food, and that gets us Vrock cocoons. But we're going to have 3 machines, so this whole thing is getting a rebuild and a reshuffle. Because this is not set up to be scalable to multiple machines right now. But that's just 3 repro complexes as well. And what else is left? Oh, the cotton gut rebuild. Yeah. And we can do that as well. Because we've got plenty of cotton gut studs. So let me export the shopping list for that. Yeah, we're going to need a lot of... I want one more Prandium lab, because I'll do those on, like, either side of a belt, rather than all in a row. I think right now they're all in a row. Yeah, but that's only 22 of them, not 28. Plus, we're going to have more repro complexes, so we'll... That's going to be pretty much a clean rebuild as well. I'll do it in the same place. I have plenty of space down there. But we're using new recipes, I think, for everything. While we're waiting, let's do some trains while we wait for the mall to catch up on that stuff. Oh, I don't have fuel. Let's go grab fuel. There we go. Oh, how many of these am I requesting in the buffer chest right now? 30 apparently is the number of choice. I don't think that was a choice so much as just making up a number when I did it, but... My inventory has filled up with train detritus again. I'm gonna have to make a thing to, like, get rid of coal. I set up some of these stations that are like, get rid of stone, get rid of, well, raw coal that we don't have a sink for, get rid of logs, get rid of whatever. How are we doing on building requests? We got everything for the zippers. We got everything for the rock cocoons. Awesome. We've got everything for the Renias except for Renias. Yes. We've got the stuff here for whatever that is. Good alien samples. So I think... I mean, my inventory is a disaster, but other than that... Yeah, I mean, when I look at this now, you can actually see it. This is probably more upgraded trains than regular trains at that depot. Definitely at that depot. That's regular trains. That's regular trains. That's all regular trains. So, I mean, yeah, I guess it makes sense the depots that are closer here are the ones that are filling up with the upgraded trains, right? And then as those trains get dispatched around the base, they'll mix in with the rest of the train population. No. Are we doing 11 more trains, it looks like? Well, 12 if I manually finagle that last stack of fuel. Oh, I'm out of... Oops. I'm out of locomotives. That's not what I was expecting to become the problem. Have I burned through my buffer? I have. Completely burned through the buffer. I also think I should set this to like 60. And that way, when the buffer gets really low, it'll trigger a second assembler to make locomotives for me. But if we're out of locomotives, then we're just going to pause for now on that. Let's drop down a normal locomotive then. Oops. This is fine. This is fine. That one damaged train, though, is gonna keep popping up in my, my bots are like, I can't fix the train, you don't have repair packs. So, I think... I mean, really, these builds are pretty straightforward. The two repro complex-based ones for the zipper eggs and the Vrock cocoons. So let's do those next. Do I want to do Renias too? I may as well just do Renias, right? They're not... They shouldn't be too difficult. Yeah, we're still on just one botanical nursery. It's 2 soil extractors instead of 1, so I'll have to figure out where I want to inject the second soil extractor. But I think we have space here that I can make that happen with a little adjustment. And then, yeah, we got space to pull this belt around a little bit differently. And then these things is about changing this from prod modules to efficiency modules. And then suddenly just one of these heaters is enough to run the whole build. And then... Is the steam already efficiency moduled down here? Did I do that correctly when I set it up the first time? It is. So we actually only need 2 efficiency modules. And certainly don't need the offshore pump. There we go. That looks right now. There is a lot of coal that has built up in this system. Yeah, we're going to have to deal with that. These cotton gut pups, I do have a place that I can put them, though, that I just noticed were taking up a storage chest. I know exactly where these go. Forgot where I was going. These go. There we go. Not that I expect this to ever do a delivery of biomass at the rate it's going, but, you know. It's just there. Yeah, so many cotton gut pups. Love to see it. Or cotton gut studs, rather. I mean, also pups. Is our inventory pretty much just set up the way it needs to be right now? I think the answer is yes. Cool. Let's go get rock cocoons and zipper eggs upgraded then. Oh, and for the rock cocoons, I need to grab... what? Some Vrock Mark IIs. Oh, do I have Vrock Mark IIs sitting in storage here at all? Probably not. I probably have to go grab them from the breeder. Pardon me. That's fine. I think I remember where that is. It's not on the rail network. My Vrock Mark IIs were the first Mark II animal that I built, and they predate the rail network. But, oh, I passed it. The train that I said was going to pop up in my bots all the time. I found it. Immediately. That's funny. It should be right up... Here we go. It's this isolated network. That was the breeder. Twitch is telling me that it is ad break o'clock again. I do run just one ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-rolls turned off. I am going to step away and get some water while the break runs. I recommend everyone else take the opportunity to hydrate, stretch your legs, take care of yourselves as human beings. And when we return, we'll, oh yeah, do you think I have enough rock modules? When we return, we will work on these builds. I'll see everyone shortly. Welcome back, everybody. I just realized that these are all of the Rock 2 modules I'm going to have for quite a while, which is fine. There's plenty of them here. But the native flora spoilage processing at the old belt base has officially fully failed. Like, all of these belts of biomass were once native flora. So this is going to be stalled forever now. Again, it's fine. We have plenty for what we need. And I can't imagine I'm really going to need more of them before it's time to do Mark III. And at that point, I'll set up a breeder on rails anyway. All right, rock cocoons. Let's... So all this just comes right apart. All of this comes apart, I guess. Yeah, and that's on the wrong side of the belt. Can we fix that? Sure can. The reason I want it coming in on the left-hand lane is that we can... Mark 4s creates more Mark 3s than you consume. I mean, that's fine. You just compost them, right? What was I saying? Oh, I want the biomass to be on the inside lane up against the machines here, because I can put the spoilage... Wait, do these ones not? Yes, they do take native flora. There we go. I can output the spoilage to the lane here. So this will be fluorospalanin and biomass, just like that. Oh, and this is going to be 2 Flora Collector Mark IIs to do this. Why did those not end up in the request chest? Oh, because I did it by hand, because I'm an idiot. So yeah, we're missing some Flora Collectors. That's fine. We'll have to come back for those. Because it's apparently 2 Mark IIs now. Bots will get that figured out. In the meantime, it'll give plenty of opportunity for her, for this native flora to get used up. Here, we need to request the quality food and bedding. And those are going to be... Am I out of landfill again? I am out of landfill again. Excellent. So I'm going to have to go get more landfill. That's fine. Oh, these don't need moss anymore. They need fallagy instead. Okay. That's fine. And then, oh, I didn't get more barrels either. All right, we'll have to grab those as well. Lots of stuff that I didn't get for this. Got enough landfill, though. Okay, so these also do need their water in, which I need to figure out. And I mean, I guess we can do the water in, like, here. But this is definitely going to require... I don't love that. Don't love that. The thing is, I got to figure out the routing for the water barrels in, and then we're also going to have water barrels out. You know what? Maybe I do. Maybe we do put the water barrels in here. Okay, I got it now. I got it now. So yeah, this is going to be water barrels in, which I don't have the landfill for right now, but whatever, we'll survive. Grab a barreling machine here. Making, well, water barrels. How many a second are we doing? 1.4. That is fine with a yellow inserter. And then our output, we're going to have to do like here, and drop undergrounds in place. And that's fine. And then we'll bring this down here. We will split it. That will be the actual cocoon out, which is quite a bit. And then here, this would be better lower. barreling machine, outserter. All right, that's pretty much right. Besides, you know, the output's not being hooked up correctly yet because I don't have enough landfill. Which I don't know if I get enough landfill around here to salvage for this process. I might just have to go get more. Oh, actually, there's a bunch over there. The thing that I'm learning is I need my landfill requests to be 2 stacks. I'm running out of it consistently. Boom. That is hopefully enough for this build. Because I think the landfill is the last thing we're missing here. So, well, that's not true. We're missing... What else did I have to make requests for over here? I've already forgotten. Oh, right. The floor collectors. Yeah. Oh, and it would help to hook up water. There we go. This should now be capable of making a lot more native flora. And apparently the decay path is here. I'm just going to dump this in here and let it decompose because I don't want to carry it around with me and find a use for it. Let's do zips next. Oh, how's this doing, by the way? Hey, okay, we're out. Let's change this then. Don't tell me I'm an idiot. Okay, this one does not have a... Am I just missing a tech then? I might be missing a tech. Orlex 2, casein from sulfuric. Okay, that's fine. Throw that up there. Oh, is that a new melamine recipe too? From casein and cyanic. As opposed to... What's the current one? Ah, interesting. From water, cyanic, and ammonia. Interesting. I'll have to think about that, if that's a worthwhile update to, like, our bioplastics. But yeah, we need this tech to research before we can get What's science halted on? Logi science packs. Logi science packs are halted on... Excuse me? Ah, look at this. This is that, well... This is wrong for a couple of reasons, but... Yeah, this is once again a place where we have too much native flora spoiling. Okay, this is only like 4 Mark 1s. Why is it having so much trouble? All right. So each of these takes 3 hours and 20 minutes to decay. So... That's 12,000 seconds. And we're making... 5.6 per second. So that is 67,000. And this holds... 6,000. Okay. So we need like 10 of these. But that's the worst case. But still, I'll get it set up. We'll fix it. I'm out of landfill again. Mm-hmm. Like, I know I've redone a bunch of stuff around these areas, so there probably is some landfill that's not strictly necessary anymore if I can find it. Yeah, because that was not enough. I also saw something silly over here, which is this. Hey, there we go. Where else can I steal some landfill from so I don't have to go back to the mall to finish fixing this? Although I'm probably going to need more landfill anyway, so... Oh no, not that. There we go. That should do what we needed to do now. Why are we pushing so much through, though? Because surely we don't use 5.6 a second here. This says that it uses 0.33 a second. So why is this like many of these at all? Why isn't this just one? I think that's the real WTF here. Almost certainly I used to have this belt hooked up somewhere else, and it was doing something else. And now it's just very oversaturated. I also may have taken the wrong side off. I want it to be the right side of the belt that has stuff on it moving forward, and I think I took it off the left. All right. So that'll turn that back on for now. What I'd like to see is this just get to the point where it's only the ones coming through on the side of the belt that I want. So that if anything decays in there, it can always... do what it needs to do. Output. That's what it needs to do. Output. I want to make sure there's always space for the decay products on the sushi belts. That's probably good enough. Those are on exactly the opposite side from what I want. Those are on the right side. Saw a couple more coming up on the wrong side, I think, that were just waiting to come up from under this underground. Maybe not, though. Maybe I got them all. Cool. That should be able to keep up with demand. I shouldn't do this. This is a bad idea. This is going to break something. All right, I think that's everything that was on the wrong side of the belt now. And then this is slowly just going to refill on the correct side of the belt, and this will be able to keep running. No problem. Low temperature. How and why is that? Oh. 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 Well, there's your problem. So that's probably what caused our initial, like, backup of... But still, this uses far, far fewer... native flora than I was feeding it. I don't know why I was feeding it so much. I think we're good now, though. I mean, once we get up to temp. Wait. Output 10 megawatts. Max consumption 20. Oh, yeah. Max consumption is 20, but it runs less than half the time. So it'll stabilize and it'll be fine. It'll figure itself out. Like, yes, this will consume 20.4 megawatts, but it can't actually, if we look at it in YAFC. We should see that we're at, yeah, 0.94 of a coal power plant. And that's running, yeah, 0.46 of the time. So it should still be able to catch up. Right, the coal power plant makes enough that it can run frequently enough for Logisci to run. So I don't think it's going to, like, stall out again or anything. It just runs more slowly. What would be cool is if when it's running slowly due to... I don't know if it is running slowly due to being right at its temperature limit. It should, it would be nice if the throughput monitor light turned yellow, but like it does for low power. Okay, I think we fixed logistic science. I have no idea why I was feeding it that much native flora. That was way too much native flora. Are we ready to go do zips now? I think so. As long as I don't end up needing too much landfill. Because that's not going to work if I do. I don't remember how wet the area is near where I was doing zippers, though, so we'll find out. We might have to go back to the mall and grab landfill before we can actually do zips. Zipper eggs. We're going to use recipe 2. Which... Oh, output is full. Yeah, fine. Output is only full because we haven't actually upgraded the science to consume all this stuff yet, so... This looks like it's getting everything it needs. The fluid connections didn't change. So it's just a matter of... Ooh, look at all this spare landfill. Ooh. It's just a matter of routing in basic substrate. Which is we're gonna bring in right here. Speaking of basic substrate, how did the new glass thing work out? Seems fine. And does that mean that basic substrate has been running fine and, like, we fixed it? Certainly seems like it. No. These aren't running. They don't have moss. Excuse me? Excuse me? Excuse me? What? What the heck? I guess I shouldn't be surprised that the filtration media build has finally reached its limit. Oh, that's annoying, though. Okay, so everything's broken on filtration media. Which, like... Fine. We're still using the same filtration media build we were using. Interesting. We don't have gravel. We should always have gravel. Somewhere here we should have a... Yeah, this void stone to gravel, which is also just not running right now. Which means we don't have excess stone. I have a hard time believing that. Is this something to do with the concrete build? Or the landfill build is what it would be, not the concrete build. Where did I put the landfill build? Here. I see. I understand what I did. And what I did was create an infinite sink for all the gravel in my base. It's just constantly being turned into landfill. Okay. We're gonna have to think about that. There's not even that much landfill here. So, like, this is full, which would normally mean that stone... I mean, is stone just that effed? How bad is this? I mean, it's keeping up, but it's not, like... overflowing. Why does this one have a void signal? Weird. So yeah, nothing has really been allowed to back up. And I think probably what happens is as soon as there's any stone that does overflow, the gravel immediately gets sent here, because this is not a void station. This is just a normal station. But like this is 0 priority, right? So that should be the same priority as filtration media. Maybe it's just not enough. And certainly part of what's happening is that every time this gets a delivery of gravel to landfill, it consumes just as much stone, which frees up a delivery of gravel that could, or a delivery of stone that would have overflowed and turned into more gravel, now comes here because we now have the space for it. So that is part of it. God, and this has hardly made any landfill, too. Well, I say has hardly made any landfill. I'm sure a bunch of it is in here somewhere. But... okay, I don't really know what to do about that, if I'm being honest. We're going to think about that for a little while, and we're just going to get this done. We're going to get, even though basic substrate's not working, we're still going to get it, like, going. Zipper eggs. We're consuming 0.89 fish and 0.36 stone wool. And 2.67 basic substrate. So we're going to do like a that and a that. And a basic substrate. Stone production out of rich clay? Yeah. What do I do with my rich clay void? Apparently I'm making rich clay here because I needed enough of it, and I wasn't getting enough from, Alright, I have stone bricks. Which apparently we do use, because this is not fully buffered. I don't know what I use them for. But yeah, all of our rich clay from decayed manure and that we make by hand, or make, not by hand, make intentionally, is coming here. We could certainly make more rich clay, either by digging out more or by, uh-oh. Brick is in T1. Oh, yeah, for, planter boxes. That's what it's going to, almost certainly. We also had another animal processing fail. Jeez, everything's falling apart. Bones. Bones are still backing up. Why are bones backing up? Didn't I check? Don't we have a bone void? Is it just not fast enough? This will consume 4.8 bones a second. Oh god, yeah, that can't possibly be enough. How much bone can we make just from this? 12. Alright, yeah, that's the problem. We're not consuming enough bones as well, and that is also backing up. Can't we turn bones into other things? I mean, ash. Fertilizer, yeah. Yeah, this also needs blood though, and we're not overflowing on blood is the problem. We're making all of this stuff because we need blood. So this isn't gonna do necessarily what we want. Excuse me. Bones to keratin. Ugh. I mean, bones to keratin is an option. Because we do need shale oil for some things. Not that shale oil. I thought I had a shale oil from keratin somewhere. There it is. Xenos eat a lot of bones, but they're far away. Yeah. I mean, turning them to ash is definitely an option. Just get rid of them. This isn't helpful. Like, this just creates a logistics nightmare to get rid of all of these things. Yeah, it's a lot of sorting, and I don't have... I guess limestone is the one that I just don't have limestone on rails at all, so I would need to... I guess I could convert it to lime on site and then output lime. I mean, it would be a nice little boost of... I don't know. It's very rare that I'm looking at any of the, like, base ores and thinking to myself, yeah, I really just want more of those. Like, I have so much ore. Yeah, limestone to soil to matter water and void it. That's an option. Like, I'd almost rather do ash, though, because ash is silver. And silver is way more valuable to me than any of the rest of this. That's an interesting recipe. I'm honestly not sure. Ash is probably the easiest and is definitely going to create one useful byproduct. So maybe ash is the best choice. this is a little bit messy. This would be easier if I... Well, here, let's get rid of this pipe. Let's get rid of this pipe. I'm going to upgrade some of these pipes. Which means we should be able to get rid of all these, like, middle double sections. And then if I grab an upgrade planner and say upgrade from pipe to pipe, from pipe to pipe, run that right through the middle here. Okay. Now, the problem is that we're going to have to connect these networks. Salt and coke consumption became such a problem that you had to deal with the extra limestone by after prodding it. Ouch. Yeah, that sounds like a pain. Oh, that lines up perfectly. Wow, what are the chances? So if I do that, everything's blue? And then we just have a second inserter here. Perfect. That'll be basic substrate. That was surprisingly easy. All that's left is to figure out the wastewater output, and I think we can just get away with a pump into there. There we go. Yeah, a couple of pumps to connect the different pipe types. But we should be all set now. So I think this will be fine once it finally gets basic substrate, but that's obviously blocked on moss, which is blocked on iron, which is blocked on filtration media, which is blocked on gravel. I mean, what if I just want to make gravel? Like, what are my... I mean, there's always this option, right? We could... Obviously, that's tough right now with iron being kind of broken. But we can definitely... we could change filtration media to make its own gravel on site. I probably also could check to see if I have better filtration media recipes. Like, do I still need gravel for filtration media at all? Let's start way back at the top here. Because we're still using the first recipe. Didn't put second red inserter on second front. Oh, you're right. That's because in my head there were only 3 of these, because that's what YAFC told me I needed, and I did the 4th one anyway, because there were already 4 here. So I was like, yeah, I did 3. That's right. All right, so we've got 2 problems that we need to fix. One is the running out of gravel, and one is the way too much bone. Way too much bone. I think we're just gonna void bone to ash. And ash is silver, and silver is always good to have. That's my opinion right now. So let's make that available to ourselves. Yeah, I've got the microfiber on site for the filtration media. That's what I'm doing, but it does still need gravel. I was hoping there was a filtration media recipe that didn't use gravel, but not that I have unlocked yet. All right, that's easy. I guess we could prod that. There's no real reason to, but we could. High pressure furnace Mark IIs, 16 of them. They all use gravel. You never get away from it. Lovely. All right. Well, I think once we get basic substrate running again, zips will be fine. And then a quick bone to ash void will solve the bone situation. The broader gravel situation I'm going to have to think about. And maybe the right fix really is to just do filtration media using gravel on site from sticks like I've been doing elsewhere. I want to think about that a little bit more. Make sure that I'm not building myself into a corner there. It would be nice if filtration media didn't depend on iron, because iron depends on filtration media, right? Loops like that scare me, especially with really fundamental things like iron and filtration media, right? Like, we screw that up, we're gonna have a bad time. Whoops. All right, I've got the flora collectors. Those are for rock cocoons over here. Yeah. Which are not getting enough flora. They're trying, but they're not getting enough. It should still be enough for our current demand on science, because this is scaled to the upgraded, and we haven't upgraded that science recipe yet, but still. And then, so I need to drop those flora collectors off, and I need to build the ash void, and I need to figure out what I'm doing about gravel. And we'll do all of that when we are back from the ad break. Twitch is telling me that it is time to do that. I run just the 1 break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-roll ads turned off. I'm going to get a little bit of water, stretch my legs during the break. You guys should all do the same. Hydrate. Take care of yourselves. My usual spiel. I've said it so much, it's starting to sound practiced. And I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody. Okay, we got our high pressure furnaces. I may as well throw efficiency. They don't use that much power. It's not worth it. I was gonna just throw efficiency modules in those. I don't think it's necessary. Oh boy. Well, we're not building it here then. I've never been more disappointed to find diamonds. All right. And then next to that, we're going to have these guys. Yeah, I know how I'm going to do this. We'll do the input down the middle. And that's just going to look like that. Each of these makes ash from bones. It's just 1 a second, which I think with hand size we can get away with mechanical inserters, but you know what? I don't want to mess with it. Let's just use... And then 2 a second out. Which means doing a little dance. And those merge together onto a red belt. Which is the actual output to a high throughput pickup because it's ash, and we always do high throughput stations for ash. Plus, it's 2 belts of ash. That was easy enough. And that should resolve the bone overflow. We hope. I mean, is the skin void sufficient to keep up with how much skin we're going to be making now? Who even knows? The answer seems to be a solid maybe. But probably not. I'm gonna say probably not. Four skin a second. And again, how much are we making just from this? 8, yeah. So we probably need to double the skin void too. I'm surprised it took this long for everything to end up, like, totally busted, considering... Considering how long ago we did the AUG upgrade. Interesting that this doesn't quite pull out 30 a second. Just the inserter's not quite figuring it out, leaving gaps. I mean, it's fine. I'm not worried about maximizing anything from this build. It exists purely to be a void. Yeah, and we're immediately catching up on the bone issue. Skin, maybe not. We'll see how that goes. We are finally catching up on blood, too. Okay. Actually, yeah, we have enough blood that we're finally not asking for augs to be slaughtered. This shouldn't be asking for them. So they should have turned themselves off. They have turned themselves off. All right. Well, that makes it hard to judge what our general situation is if they're... Oh. Wow. Oh, we're just full up on chlorine, so this does nothing. That explains it. That seems surprising to me that we're not getting more chlorine. I wonder if we make too much chlorine as, like, byproducts or other things. No. I mean, we do this. But that should be secondary. Yeah. This is just a chlorine source, as expected. 0 priority. The high priority is void guts to chlorine. We do have this void chlorine to tailings, which maybe is... Well, possibly that's not working, right? Does void guts to chlorine void its chlorine if it can? Yes. But of course, that requires gravel. Oh no, which it has. Well, which it has right now. Also, this may not keep up with the full scale. But, like, what's our... I'm surprised our chlorine consumption is so low. Like... ethylene glycol is supposed to be using 100 chlorine a second. Kevlar uses 30. I mean, that's the iron oxide generator, whatever. Nylon uses some. Ethylene glycol seems like the potential big consumer. Wow. I'm surprised. Yeah, and we're pretty close to full up on the Dowfroth 250. So yeah, maybe I just don't have that much chlorine consumption. That's a weird thing. It's wrong button. I mean, obviously hydrogen chloride we make, but HCl probably doesn't get used. Yeah. A lot of the places where we use hydrogen chloride, it gets regenerated. So. Yeah, interesting. We might have to find another thing to use guts for rather than chlorine. Epoxy can fix it. Yeah. I mean, I'm making epoxy. Just not enough, apparently. Oh yeah, BPA should be pulling through lots of, Yeah, which of these things use epoxy? I don't actually know which ones do. Circuits or electronics, which are fully backed up. Brakes don't. Mechanical parts don't. Nothing really does. What uses epoxy? Oh, fiberglass. Once we get fiberglass going, that's going to start sucking down hydrogen chloride through epoxy. And rayon and nylon and everything else. So maybe this is a problem that's about to solve itself. Because certainly we are going to need at least some amount of fiberglass. Oh, science is running again at least. That's good. We don't have heaps of vat brain cartridges, though. Main epoxy eaters start after Pi 3. All right. Which is still a couple dozen hours away. Even if I started rushing for Pi 3, we're still quite a ways away from it. Okay, so our two situations right now are gravel shortage screwing up filtration media and apparently too many guts. I mean, we absolutely can just... no, we can't. It's only meat you can do that. I was like, oh, we can just cook it into jerky instead of waiting for it to spoil. But no, that's a meat thing only. I mean, we could do this one. Turn them into copper ore. Pretty much everything else that would consume them, like... We're doing everything practical that we can. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm surprised too that we don't have more demand for it. And it could be that there's like something right around the corner that we're going to start using a lot more of for it, but like trichlorosilane regenerates. We could use it for our casein instead of sulfuric. We haven't started doing PDMS yet, so maybe that's gonna be a thing. Chloromethane. This epichlorohydrin and bisphenol A are epoxy. Niobium processing, ammonium chloride. I don't know if I'm making ammonium chloride. It could just be that I need to spend some time working on a couple of upgrades, a couple of new techs, and we're like immediately going to suck up huge amounts of chlorine. Like, did I plan graphene yet? We started it. 30 a second. Not a lot. Not nothing, but... yeah, okay. Apparently I scaled that to one mixer making PDMS. And that's the amount of graphene that I need for something. I guess for the Great Alien samples. We're going to need a lot more graphene than that moving forward, though, aren't we? Oh, it's used in, yeah. Lots of PySci 3 things, so... I mean, we could do a bigger build, but if we don't actually have the demand, then it's not actually going to pull the chlorine, of course. Ooh, excuse me. But we can get this set up. It'll start pulling some HCl. It needs... oh, and it also needs silicon, which... does silicon fully recycle its... oh, this silicon doesn't do anything. It's the other parts of silicon that... the electronic grade silicon that uses hydrogen chloride. Boric acid is... ooh, excuse me. Oh my goodness. I do need to make sure copper grade 4 is available on Rails, if we want to try to do... wow, copper is going. This output's grade 4, right? Yeah, these are the grade 4 belts. And we got a spot for a station over here. It's just literally the opposite end of the world from where this is. So I'll have to like split this belt and route it up and over or something. It's not the end of the world. It's just mildly annoying. Because this predates... I had almost figured out what I was doing with ore processing when I made this copper build, but not quite. Because you can see that it zigzags, right? You have stuff that comes in at one end, and then other stuff that comes in at the other end. It goes back and forth instead of having everything consistently come down to like a belt area and then go back up to where it needs to go. It's a little funky. I don't quite know what I was thinking when I did this. But we can get the copper grade 4. But, like, the graphene's just gonna stall, right? It'll use It'll use some HCl for a little while, and then it's gonna stall because there's no demand for it until we're much closer to having PySci 3. I mean, honestly, this would be solved with the gravel problem, right? If we got this running consistently again and maybe scaled up a little bit. Kevlar should be using... Are circuits broken? No. At least I don't think so. They were. For many hours. I wonder if that's what happened. Oh no, they weren't broken. Oh no. Well, I figured out why all the demand in my base dried up. We're full up on circuits. We did it. I should be happy about this, but it's actually kind of annoying. I didn't realize that I was relying on all of this stuff running so consistently. All right, here's a question. Why is machine components not running, though? Mech parts 2. Gearboxes. Advanced small parts. I mean, is running, but hasn't been. This is almost certainly the iron issue, right? I mean, this at least pulls nylon, which should pull some chlorine, but... And this pulls... Oh, it's aramid, not Kevlar. So I'm not sure that that pulls any chlorine. Surely something with chloride in its name pulls chlorine. Actually, no. Oh. Something's broken here, though. Oh, no, these are disabled by control behavior. Okay, never mind. Oh, we're missing liquid nitrogen here. Why? We don't have any... What? Ha... Oh, it must have been filtration media. And that broke nitrogen. Because we super rely on this part. This does most of the nitrogen here. Yeah, filtration media. So we're back to gravel. Okay. I probably do just have to do what I'm trying not to do. What I'm trying not to do is set up filtration media to do gravel on site, but I think I need to. We've got the spots here for the stations, for the things we need to bring in to do it. I think we just do it. Okay, let's update filtration media then. Also, this says 2 factories. That's not what we have here. Oh, wait, yes it is. Never mind. Oh, I did 2 of them in direct insertion. God, I'm weird. Okay, it's fine. These can't take prod modules. The microfiber can't take prod modules. 6 pulp mills. Well, we don't have enough pulp mills to run 2 of these full speed. I only have 4 here. So that's cool. There's a better recipe. Ah, the cellulose one. No, wait. This one. Oh, and you can even prod this one. Okay. Yeah, this is what I need to be doing. Because this makes like twice as much. Plus prod. So it should be like 8 a second. There we go. How much gravel is this consuming right now? Oh my god. Yeah, we're currently consuming over a belt of gravel a second, and this is going to use a 10th. Yeah. All right. It does need pure sand. That's fine. That's already what we're bringing in. Okay, so we need cellulose, and we need the sub-denier microfiber. Oh, boy. Now it gets interesting. We don't currently have aerogel, and we don't currently have acrolein. So we're going to have to get those. How bad are these going to be? That's the real question. How much do I need here? Well, just 0.17 for this. So this would be enough, although we probably want to allow more centrifuges here. Resource and all. Which of these steps can we prod? We can prod this one. We can prod this one. Okay. That's fine. Okay, it looks like this is just used in... Well, we're not going to use carbon aerogel for a long time. So for now, this is just used in this and buildings. So... I think we're fine if we just say 0.2. Oh, these can be tier 1 buildings, though. Tier 1 buildings. Honestly, even this can be tier 1 building. And then we can do 0.3. That pushes this up to a second mixer, though. Never mind. 0.2 it is. Cool. So that's aerogel. And then acrolein. Either from glycerol or from propene. This is the one that it thinks is cheaper. I don't know if that is necessarily true. Oh, propene is easy. It's just syngas and steam. Okay. Cool. Then yeah, we'll do this one. And is this used in a bunch of stuff too? It's also used in pyridine. Oh, and it's for acrylic, of course. So we're going to have to scale that up then. So we will do this in its own build as well. Not quite 20 a second. What is this number? Oh, because it's prod moduled. 0.8 times 1.2, so... 19.2? Hey, there we go. I can math. Okay. Those are easy enough to get done. And then we can do a redo filtration media. Oh, and this also needs cellulose on site. I mean, this is the right way. Cool. Let's get these shopping lists into the game then. We might need some of these buildings in the allow list. Probably the Nanomaterial Factory Mark II is not allowed yet. Nor the Mark 1, apparently. Cool. I think that's the only, like, newish building here. Is that actually still a problem, or is it just still yelling at me? Yeah, okay. I have to actually take this biocred out of this before it starts yelling. That's the... but more stuff is going to decay. Oh, yeah, because I haven't figured out the guts yet. I forgot about that. I got distracted by this whole filtration media thing. Excuse me. Jeez, I keep yawning. I did not sleep well last night, but... all right, that one's good. So yeah, this one is the only one we're waiting for now. Waiting for those nanomaterial factories, which are not the cheapest things in the whole wide world, but that's okay. Ooh, I should do that too. If I'm going down in that direction. These only have one prop module. Here, let's just make 2 more, please, into one of the chests. I think we've got everything we need. The acrolein and aerogel. Where do I want to do those? Maybe down here. Although, I'm kind of running out of... What felt like it had a lot of free space no longer feels like it has a lot of free space. I've been really filling this in recently. I don't know. I don't really have a plan for how to expand the base right now. Maybe I should send some paths to the east. Although we have another big lake here. If we go north of the lake, and then we can put things pointing north from there. Ditto south of the lake with things pointing south. Maybe I just do it like right here. I'm trying to leave the space north of the tracks, east of the mall, available for more mall shenanigans. I want to leave myself plenty of space there. I don't know how far I'm going to go east before I let myself go north, but I also love that there's definitely some weird correlations with how the resource rocks spawn. They cluster. The spawn is here, so like these areas to the east are kind of our furthest from spawn. Although we're well into everything is common and dense territory at this point. This is a big base. This is a really big base. Oh, you know what? Let's keep going. Well, maybe not there. Like, yes, we should keep going west here, but I'm not totally sure how I want to hook this all up together. If I want to do some landfill across the lake, just because it's a mess otherwise. I don't know what I'm doing with power plants. I tucked this one here. I'm not sure if that's the best place for it. No decisions have been made about any of this, is what I'm saying. Everything here is... There is space over here, actually, for me to start tucking new builds in. Yeah, maybe we do that. I kind of keep forgetting that I have that whole area over there where I did the new glass build. All right. These. Yay, that's prodded. I mean, the other option is, I guess, like, right here. We have some space that we can backfill, right? Where we tore things out. Maybe we just do that instead of going anywhere else crazy. Like, we can do acrolein or aerogel right here. Let's do the... Oh, I didn't... Acrolein has a water byproduct that I didn't grab a void for. How annoying. What do I need to make a, it's not called a sinkhole. Outfall. Stone, steel, and iron. I have none of those things near here. Mm-hmm. All right, well then we're not doing that one there. But the aerogel needs... Oh, I also didn't request all the right stuff for the aerogel. Okay. The aerogel, we want to be doing limestone on site, right? So... we need 2 soil extractors. We need an outfall. Let's get the requests for those in. Up at the mall. There's always stuff that we miss. And then let's just double check this. Sodium hydroxide we can bring in. Melamine resin we bring in. Formaldehyde, acetone. Yeah, all of this comes in. Tailings out as a byproduct is fine. The acrylane... Yeah. 1 fluid in, 1 fluid out, 1 solid in. This one's easy. If I had my outfall, this would be very easy to make. Ooh, apparently guts have moved enough. Barely. That some of this is trying to empty. I mean, at least this is disabled, but we're definitely going to have stuff decaying soon if we're not careful, and then this alarm's going to go off again. I'm not even going to turn this one back on until I know guts are fixed, because it's just going to yell at me again soon. Oh, I probably also have some space around here that I can tuck some builds into if I really wanted to. Yeah. Yeah, we have plenty of space we can be throwing stuff. I don't know why I was feeling like I didn't have room anywhere. Yeah, lots of space around. Lots of space around. Even like here would be a good spot. North from here. This is why I didn't turn the volume back up on that alarm. Yeah. There's just still stuff jammed up in the belts. Oh, it's meat now, too. Jeez, it's everything. All right. The things that will trigger Augs to be butchered is demand for lard or demand for blood, depending on what the actual demand is. Although right now they're not running. This is disabled. So we're just working through the backlog of stuff that was butchered for something else. Everything else gets triggered for different needs and reasons, but... So let's see, if I do want to backfill where the Decalin was... Actually, maybe that's not a great spot. It's not easy to get the outfall in here. Not necessarily easy. Oh, no, there's lots of places to tuck an outfall in here. So let's do it here. That's fine. All right. So I think if I want to do both of these, They're going to have to share one station. Otherwise, the aerogel wants 4 stations. But if I have them, like, share their fluid station, I think it's fine. So that is what we will do. We will share the fluid input station. I guess I'll do that one first. Formaldehyde, acetone, and propene. Okay. And then for the acrolein, honestly, I could probably have these share a solid input too, but I really don't like to have builds that tightly coupled. So they shall not share a solid input. Chromium. Chromium with the propene in 2 chemical plants. Outputs to fluid pickup. Uh-oh. Am I missing the tech for this? Ah! We haven't done the tech for any of this yet. Oh, all right. That's unfortunate. Well, I think in that case, this is a good time to wrap up for today. We'll figure out what we want to do with this when we come back to it next week. So thanks everyone for tuning in. I appreciate it. Found this on YouTube and want to watch live? There's a link to my Twitch in the description, and I'll see everybody next time. I think tomorrow is gonna be Friday Sky Day again. I've been enjoying the all the mods Skyblock, so we'll do more of that.